Greetings and salutations to all my invisible and imaginary friends, followers, and viewers. Ta-da! Okay, so see, what happened was I was planning on streaming yesterday, and I was looking forward to it, but I completely passed out. So I was sad, and I wanted to do a stream, so I'm gonna do a stream this morning instead. Zicky, volume down. Ta-da! Wha- I basically just woke up, walked into this room, turned on my computer. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna stream. Screw it. That wasn't there before, was it? Oh right, I got a tiny little ship right now. Oh, I'm doing the expedition. So I basically started from scratch, you could say. Let me just take a second to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, I figured out what I'm doing. I need more inventory spots. Well, hello there. I will scan your ass. Or your booty. Anyway. Oh, whoa, what's this now? All I had to do was walk outside. Fantastic. It's inaccurate, but that's all that happened, so that's what I'm gonna go with. Okay, let me get some chromatic metal. Crunchy wings. Okay, and microprocessor. That should be enough to build storage for me. Hooray! Burp. And let's just use it to put away all these parts. Currently, I'm short on currency. And I don't have enough to, I don't think I have enough inventory space at the moment for most stuff. I found out something cool as I was checking the results from. I've done 2 expeditions recently, and I noticed when I checked the results of them, for like when you finish the expedition, it'll do math and tell you how much units you earned, how much nanites you earned, and how much quicksilver you've earned. And I recorded those 2 calculation things, and found that if I use my salvaged data, I will gain a lot. So I brought, and since you can bring stuff into the expedition, I brought in a shit ton of these and bought a lot. So my main file is going to get a bunch of nanites. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, is there anything else I can steal from this ship? Maybe that? I'm about to never come back to the ship. I don't use the rocket launcher ever. Okay. Yes, I do need that. Good. Good for me. Oh, right. I eventually figured out that automatic recharging meant this, meant the launcher thing. I didn't know that before. Since it says pulse drive efficiency, I assumed that meant that this gets recharged. But I believe I was mistaken. So I don't actually need this. Especially for a ship that I pretty much never land. Oh well. Bloop, bloop. Anyway. Oh, here comes a cat. Oof. I am a big fan of Stargate. If you haven't seen Stargate, I highly recommend it. Stop! You can chill here, but don't headbutt my equipment. I made it, but it's finely balanced. It's very finite. To the point that when I got a new piece of equipment for it, I got a ring light thing to go around my camera so I can get better face tracking done. And when I put it on, the whole I'm using my hand to describe this as if you can see my hand. The whole the mechanism holding my camera up just fell over because the weight was too one-sided. It doesn't weigh even in fucking or a freaking doesn't even weigh a pound, and it knocked it over. So I had to add weights to the opposite end, sort of thing. It looks kind of funky. Let's start with stuff exclusive to the spaceship. So far, when I've gone on stream and talked about Stargate, nobody's known nobody's known about it. But I have a feeling that's going to change soon. It's crazy to try to describe Stargate to somebody who's never seen it before, because it is one of the biggest sci-fi franchises. It really is. And so many people don't know about it. It's like a famous person going up and saying, "Not a lot of people know this, but I'm actually quite famous." And then, wait, doesn't that contradict? I mean, technically, maybe. It had it spawned from a movie called Stargate, naturally, and then the first TV series they made off of it lasted for 10 years, spawned 3 movies and 2 spin-offs. That's a very successful sci-fi franchise right there. They planned on doing 11 seasons, but what can you do? They came out with a web series, a short form web series in 2018. The first Stargate kind of stopped in 2011, and then so there was like 7 years of nothing, and then 2018 came, and they did a short form web series with none of the without one of the main writers that made the TV show that made the series. Huh. Anyway, and it showed very much. All I ever do with that web series, all I ever do is talk crap about it. But Stargate, if you haven't seen if you haven't seen it before, it is perfectly fine. If you have never seen Stargate, I recommend starting with Stargate Origins Catherine. Not because it's important, not because it's the starting point, not chronologically, not story wise. No, none of that. None of that. I recommend it because that's the only time you're going to enjoy the movie. You might enjoy it. Yeah, they made it into a movie now. So it's no longer a web series. It's you can buy it as a movie. I have it on Vudu. But that's the only time you're going to enjoy it because it they took the 13 years of Stargate and basically threw it out the window and decided to make their own thing. So it was a problem for me, especially because when I went to watch it, I had just finished rewatching the 10 seasons of Stargate SG1, the 5 seasons of Stargate Atlantis, and the 2 seasons of Stargate Universe. So I watched the entire franchise and the movies, and then went to watch Stargate Origins Catherine. And that was a horrible idea. I could not enjoy it. I had to stop watching it and eventually came back to watch it. Because it just didn't line up. It didn't match. It didn't make any sense for the story and the universe that they created. It's like they just decided none of that mattered anymore. And that bugs me. Because it's such a good franchise. And I enjoyed it so much. Oh, did I score the first spot? Nice. Okay, now maybe I can look at my pathetic little ship. It is the bare minimum. It has landing gear right there. It has docking bay right there. It has living space right there. Shield, reactor, engine, and cockpit. This is the bare minimum you can have. Hi, Peeper. How's it going? Isn't it a fun game? Oh, and my weapon is inside the reactor. It's so bare minimum. I'm doing the expeditions. Or expedition. I have to wait for the other ones. Yep. Are you doing the expeditions right now? I forgot. Can I access my stuff that's in the storage? I cannot. Yeah, figures. Oh, I love messing with the Corvettes. If I had nanites, I would have transferred my Corvette into the expedition, or copied my Corvette into the expedition. I've been flying the Ebon Hawk from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I came back not long after they released the Corvette thing. Oh, makes sense. If you do come and play this, I found that using salvage data, stuff that the berry technology you find in the ground to buy blueprints and stuff, if you use a bunch of those, you get a ton of nanites once you complete the expedition. And I like nanites. Good question. Let's take a peek. Huh. It's been a minute. Permadeathly took me 66, or close enough to 67. I like using the permadeath title you get. So I am QuinPolar the Immortal. Ta-da! The Immortal. Although, in expeditions, I am very much mortal. I still pretty much never die, but I am very mortal in this. When I have all my stuff in the regular, then I'm pretty much immortal. I need to free up storage space. I scrolled past a YouTube video that showed that I didn't look at it too long. Just the 30 seconds that it plays without you asking them to. But I saw something on building Corvettes, and they mentioned a really nice feature that they added that I knew about but didn't fully utilize. I didn't think as far ahead as I should have for it. You can add common building materials to the outside of your ship. And by doing that, you can do a lot. I, for my ship, just added an antenna for cosmetics in a certain area for a certain ship. But then they showed and reminded that, oh, I don't have it on this file yet. But decorations. There's a decoration. Basically, you can modify the exterior of your ship to look even cooler and better with what I do not have right now. So I cannot show, unfortunately. It's a good thing I brought it up then, huh? Okay, I'm going to try to... I'm going to expand my ship. Because I need more storage space to do stuffs. And I do not have what I need, so I'm going to try to trade for better parts. Because that's how you have to do it. You have to trade for better parts. Or advanced parts, it says. You can buy a certain amount of... Son of a... Yeah. Come on now. Do as I command. You can buy basic parts, which are pretty expensive for... Oh, I have over 2 million now. You know what? Yeah, let's just buy... There we go. I'll put you there for now. You can go there for now. Bloop. Bloop. More space. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Bloop. Bloop. The bloops are 100% totally necessary. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. No doubt, for shizzle. For shizzle. Sure. Interesting. I like how the first ship I ever wanted to build for this was part of Stargate. And how wildly impractical it was. But I still used it anyway. Okay, remember Quinn, this is not its final form. You're just making it better to work better while you acquire more stuff to make it better. Yeah. Bloop, bloop. Um, it'd be a good idea to have one here. And oh, I need to grab another weapon. Boop, 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 bop. I got music playing because I realized that it's not playing loud enough for the speakers to pick up. So I don't have to mute it or anything like that. This stuff says it stabilizes. I have no idea if that's true or not. We'll find out. Or probably won't find out. But just in case, I don't want to have to come all the way back. Oh, right. I need to hop on the... Man, it got wide now. Okay, we're going to put this over here. Okay, give me that. I should trade stuff still. Because I do get benefits for having the correct weapons that I want to be using. So it would make sense to... Although the weapon I currently want to use is one of the things you could just purchase outright. Oh, it's too much for me right now. Oh well. Alternate methods. Let's go with... Whoop. Engines, defensives. Oh, it's under defensive systems. Okay, fair enough. Like, there's no weapons. Why? I like how sometimes you can get it for like 1%. It's not that common that you succeed, but you can try and occasionally succeed. Boop. I like trying for all the low ones, just in case I hit that small chance. So I'm going to hit the ones that I don't care about. Nope, fail. Actually, no, I'm impatient, so I'm going to use... I'm going to offer up stuff that I don't actually use anyway. Oh, well, screw you. Oh, it worked. Cool. Nice. Come on. Aw. That would have been convenient, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, and... Let's do one more. No, let's not do one more. It's one you can buy, so sell. Why would you sell? It's not a very good idea to sell. If you don't know, it's not a very good idea. Just a heads up. Yep. I've not figured out how to put this on the ship. I've collected a ton of these, but I don't know how to put them on. It says the same thing as those. These ones have a blue background behind the picture. This one has a gray one. So I don't... It's confusing. I don't understand. Hello, kitty cat. Alrighty. Plop that under there. On the side here. Okay. I want it on the side. Because they updated it so that it'll fire the weapons out of all of them. So it'll make things... It should make things a bit easier for my current mission. What I'm trying to do. Alright, I have multiple of these, which will be helpful for the mission that they actually intend me to do. Alright, cool. Let's give me more shield. I'm not going for Miss Beauty Pageant at the moment, so it's fine that it looks funky. It's a massive improvement over the very basic, the insanely basic way I had it before. There we go, and I got more stuffs. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's a way to force your ship to have more inventory space. Basically, you fill up the slots that are available, then on the outside you start adding as many stuff that will take up slots as you possibly can. Genius. Okay, but I'm gonna relocate stuffs so that they are more effective. Shield. Storage space. I don't actually need this. Landing gear. Don't need any more landing gear stuff. Oh, but I do need this over there. This doesn't matter where it is. This is shield. This can go over there. Over there, over there, up there, up there. Over, up, down, under. Back, forward, AP plus. Whatnot. There's actually a fine art to deciding where these things go, but I don't really care. I just put them in places that are nearby what they are, because these are hyperdrive, so I put them next to the hyperdrive. These are engines, so I put them next to engines. Simple as that. But I am aware that there is a more effective way of doing it. The math is off. Oh, there. Okay. I was like, there's one open spot too many. I removed two things. So where's the second empty spot coming from? Okay, and I'll just add the teleporter back. The launch pad stuff is basically useless for how I use the ship because you don't have to land it. You can just hover above the ground. So having landing gear and landing gear support is basically just a waste of space for me. Right, I put my carbon in here, didn't I? Yeah. And let's put away all this. I got a song playing now that's by Iron Mouse. I don't know if it's a cover or if it's an original. Uh, right. I'm gonna add. No, I completely forgot what I'm doing. Okay. Right. Right. No. Boop, 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 boop. Brain thinking sounds. Oh, I'm making more storage space. Yes, 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 yes. All right, 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 all right. Which means I need microprocessor and that's. Actually, I might as well try to make as many as I can right now, right? So I don't have to come back and worry about it later. Let's try to make 3 more. Because it can take 3 it can take 3 of these storage spaces to contain all of the different Corvette pieces. And they hold 50 items a piece, I believe. Which means I need 9 of those. And I can have one for items and one for elements. Let's go with this one for elements. That's an item. I'm gonna count those ones as items because they're not elements. Pretty basic reasoning. Element that I don't need usually. Element I don't need usually. Same. 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 Other ones are pretty basic that frequently end up using. Don't need now. Dope. 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 There we go. Don't need that now either. Right. That one. I could just use the freaking sodium. Iron batteries for basically recharging shields and stuff. Here we go. I now have storage. And now that I don't know why they have to do it like that. That's kind of mean. In order to make this is all empty space that I can't use yet. So I'd have to collect a ton. Alternatively, I could just put stuff down there that I'll never end up running out of, or items that I'll need. So let's go with that. Stuff I'll never have to scroll down to see. Or at least much less likely to. Oh, right. One of the missions is to make some food with that. And I can afford to make that with the stuff that I just put away. Good for me. Oh, wait. Can I, though? Did it say 50 silver? Nope. 50 gold. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Can I just put one in? Alright. Cool. Is one all I need? Apparently not. Nice. Okay, and that one, first rendezvous. Cook your own food. Install nutrient ingester. I don't understand. I guess that? I don't know how to prepare. Does that work? Oh, gives hazard protection. Okay. Well, that's nice. I don't actually use nutrient processor for anything, so I don't know nothing. Except for the fact that it wants me to prepare food before it'll give me the next thingy, which I believe is the technical term for it. Thingy. Oh, I was on the wrong planet for. Oh no, I was on that planet just to not finish my sentence. I landed on that planet before I exited the game because I was landing my other ship on the planet so that I could go back into the space station. And going back all the way over here to do that would have made no sense. And of course, I am all about making sense. I got something that gives life support power and something that gives hazard protection. Actually, no. I might as well put those away. We're getting more Stargate soon. I don't know any specifics, but I still want to talk about it. Apparently, they were trying to keep it quiet for 18 months. Over a year. So it's possible that in my head, it's possible that it is very soon that it'll be out. Considering shows typically can have one season per year, and 18 months is a year and a half. It could also include the amount of time it takes to put thought into the series and where you want it to start, where you want it to take place, where you want it to end, all that stuff. It gives you time to work out a lot of stuff. So maybe it'll be out very soon. But so far, I don't even know if it has a name yet. Doesn't matter to me. The people making the show are the people that made the original shows. They got back the creators and they are working on it. And it sounds like it's going to be anything that I hoped it would be. Actually, frankly, all I hoped it would be was a Stargate show. So just a Stargate show in general is good enough for me. Wait, no. No, 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 no. Bad Quinn. Bad Quinn. Because that would describe Stargate Origins Catherine. I'd want it to be. Frankly, I want it to be what they described. I saw a short video, it's 6 minutes long, of the creators talking with fans and explaining what the show is going to be and what their goals were for the show. And they said all the right stuff. All the stuff you want to hear to know that they care about the show, that they plan on putting effort into the show, that they care about the fans. And it's not a reboot. They're not going to start from scratch. It's a new chapter. One that starts present day. And they explained one of the things that they wanted for the show that I hadn't thought of, that I thought was really cool. Because one of the people that are making it, his wife doesn't really care about sci-fi stuff. Apparently, she looks at it and goes, "What does this have to do with me?" Which I think that basically translates to, this isn't really real life. This doesn't have real life application. How is this going to apply to, what can I learn from this? Whatever. But Stargate is a series that is very much real life and sci-fi. It's real life, but there's this device that opens up a realm of infinite possibility. And I think that's a beautiful, beautiful way to put it. And I 100% agree. It always felt like a show that was, this could be real life. This could be our life. It could potentially be our basic knowledge, our understanding of our lives. It was very much, maybe that's what made it so personal. As opposed to Star Trek, where it's very clearly not our lives, not present day, not possibility for us. It might be a possibility for somebody later on in the future, but it's very detached from us. But Stargate, it's normal people. Well, not normal people. Clear that up. I'm wrong about that. Not normal people. It's mostly been military using a device that will instantly transport them to the other side of the galaxy, which frankly, that is awesome just in itself. Man, I so want to watch new Stargate. I've rewatched the original stuff multiple times. I don't know exactly when it's placed on the timeline, but I've been hearing and trying to keep up to date with. I've been trying to keep up to date with information about a new Stargate, because I've known for. Son of a bitch. I've known for the pretty much the amount of time. I've known for like 2 years that it's been coming out. I was keeping up to date. I was watching because there were tiny leaks, just enough to suggest that yes, Amazon is in fact making a Stargate series. Yes, they are taking it off the shelf. It is something that they want to make. But all the information, it was, that's all you got, really. That's all the information you could confirm, is yes, they fully intend to make it. And then other information popped up like, this is what happened that's going to delay it. So it's still a possibility. It's still probably going to happen. It's just probably going to be years and years before it does. And then there was that writing strike at the end of 2023, I believe, that forced them to put it on hold. At that point, to my understanding, the information that I acquired, that was when they had started to really put backing into making a Stargate series. then the writing thing happened and they had to cancel all of their plans. And I heard that that actually cost them a lot of money and possible people making the show. But if I do the math, 18 months would put it a reasonable amount of time after that happened for them to, in fact, start building up that. So, well played. And it did not even occur to me. It really didn't. So the thing that I was keeping track of is the thing that's in the process. But they kept it so secret. They really did, because I genuinely believed that Brad Wright, one of the most important people in Stargate, apparently it's been confirmed at this point, because he was not involved in Stargate Origins Catherine, and that was a disaster. Brad Wright is one of the co-creators of the TV series and the bulk of Stargate franchise. He was a part of everything but the original movie and Stargate Origins Catherine. So we've all been hoping, Stargate fans, we've all been hoping that he will be a part of the new Stargate project. And all we knew previously was that he had a plan. He had a script of what he thought the next part of Stargate should be, and it was denied by Amazon. And we were led to believe that he might be brought in as a consultant, but not as a writer. So this brand new news that I got yesterday or the day before yesterday, one of the two, I don't remember exactly. Among the news that I got was Brad Wright is in fact a part of this. He is in fact one of the makers of the show. Unless I misinterpreted that. But he was there talking about it with the other people, saying wonderful things. One of the things he's looking forward to in the new Stargate series, it got me hyped up. He said that this time, due to the time that we currently live in, and due to the new backer of the series, there's basically nothing they can't do. He won't be the one in the they have. I'm such a geek. The visual effects are gonna, because the visual effects, the special effects are all going to be top notch now. He's so excited. He's happy because he won't be the person in the office saying, "No, we can't do that." They can let their imaginations run far more wild than they could before. Because originally, Stargate had a very modest budget. But I never noticed that until I didn't notice that. I really didn't. They mentioned it in the behind the scenes things that I eventually watched, and I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. But a very modest budget. That's basically what they said. And it came across, and the way that they described it came across as they really didn't have much for their budget, but it still was a fantastic sci-fi show that felt sci-fi. I mean, it was beautiful. And that was one of the cool things about. Okay, I'm going to rephrase that sentence. And that was the cool thing about Stargate Origins Catherine. Stargate Origins Catherine did open up a new realm for me in that it had sci-fi, it had special effects that were more impressive than what I'd seen previously for the show because, again, modest budget. And it was cool to see those new effects, those better effects. And thinking about it now, it's going to be even cooler. Oh man, if I'm not mistaken, the original, to my understanding, pretty much all of the original series, pardon me, was shot in Vancouver, in Canada. That one piece of land, they managed to spend 13 years making us believe that they were traveling to other worlds all across the galaxy, even to different galaxies, in that small space with a modest budget. Very impressive, in my opinion. And now they have a budget to go above and beyond what they had previously accomplished. During the interview, they asked what, like, like, one thing we've all been wondering: are we gonna have any returning characters? And they just went, whoa, 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 okay, 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 just calm down. They're like, we're gonna keep that's. They're like, very much right now that is need to know information. We're gonna make that a surprise for you guys. That, or they haven't gotten that far yet, maybe. I don't know exactly, because they didn't say, obviously. But it, Stargate is such a wonderful series that I can spend hour. They can announce that there will be a new series and confirm that it's in the making at the very least, and that they've been working on it for 18 months. And that be the only information you have. That's the only you get minimum information about what the new series is going to be. Whatever, blah 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 blah. Basically, no information at all. I have basically no information at all about what the next series is. I just have an insanely vague description. And the franchise is so wonderful, I can still talk about it for days. I'm just rambling on and on and on about the possibilities of what could be and how amazing things have been so far, with the exception of Catherine. I feel like I will always circle back to crapping on Catherine. The show Catherine, not the character. The character, good. She was very important, very vital to the series. as I started watching the series, or watching the movie Stargate Origins Catherine, I noticed pretty quickly the quality of the filming was much better. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I started wondering, the main question I had with that web series slash movie was, this is a show about a device that brings you to the opposite ends of the galaxy, to planets you can never. Okay. It has a Stargate. The name of the web series slash movie has Stargate in the name. The concept of Stargate is to use it to go across the galaxy to new planets. And since Stargate is in the name, you would think that they would do the most obvious thing for a Stargate series. Use a Stargate. So when they made the series, it's perfectly logical to assume that they're going to use the Stargate. The problem with that is the time frame that the movie is set in is in the 1940s, when they first found the Stargate. And the issue with that, according to the entire franchise of Stargate, is that's not possible. They couldn't figure out how to work the Stargate for 50 years. 50 years after they find it, which would be the time frame of Stargate Origins Catherine, she's part of the people that find the Stargate. 50 years later, she gets to see it activate for the first time, which means Stargate Origins Catherine, she cannot see it or know what it is or how it works. She has to have a misunderstanding of how it works, so Daniel Jackson can come in, fill in the pieces, figure it out, and the first movie will go off. She needs to not know what it is and how it works for 50 years. So in Stargate Origins Catherine, logically speaking, she cannot have a Stargate other than information that I thought maybe it'll do backstory on research for Stargate. Maybe it'll talk about the 50 years where she couldn't do anything with it. Because we got a hint during Stargate SG-1 about things that happened. There was an incident in which they managed to use the Stargate, but they misunderstood what happened, and the person who went through was stranded for 50 years. And then they put the Stargate in storage. Then in the 1970s or 80s? 70s. It was in the 1970s, because they had been flung back in time for reasons that I could go off on a different train of thought. And during the time that they were back in it would have been 1969, I believe, they went and talked to Catherine and talked about the Stargate. But they didn't let on that they knew what it was or how it worked. They just gave bare minimum information so that they could talk to her and figure out where it is, because they needed that in order to go back to present day. And that conversation sparked the fire that needed to be lit for her to bring the Stargate back into a research state. So at some point in the 40s, the Stargate disappears from her knowledge, and then in the 70s, she has permission to start researching it again. And in 1994, Daniel Jackson gets brought in, and they finally open it. So in Stargate Origins Catherine, I thought maybe it was about the 1940s or the 1970s to 1990s, because that's a 30-year possible area of what you can put a show into. And that could, in fact, work, and that would be the origins of Catherine and what she went through for the Stargate. That would make sense. Actually, that thought had never occurred to me. In all honesty, that had not occurred to me, but that would have been way, way better. I think they just got caught up in what the Stargate is and felt that they had to have it operate. Because 20 minutes to Stargate Origins Catherine, the woman who can't see it work for 50 years is like 50 feet away, and it's opened right in front of her when she's awake and conscious and looking straight at it. This woman cannot know about Stargate to any degree that it's useful until 1990s. And the series has it very clear within a year or so of her finding it. Over 50 years, possibly over 50, 50 years. 50 years before she's able to know, she receives information that would completely derail the entire timeline of Stargate franchise. They added a way to rectify that, but the way that they did it, it still didn't make sense if you know the franchise. If you don't know the franchise, the movie in itself is probably fine. Or good, maybe. But if you know the franchise, the stuff that they did wasn't possible. The people they met, it didn't make any sense. The things that happened didn't make any sense. The fact that these people knew how to activate the Stargate didn't make any sense. None of it made any sense. It potentially made sense up until the part that the Germans came in the series, which was less than 20 minutes into the series. Up until that point, they could have gone the route of this is what happened before she was able to figure out the Stargate. And that sort of origins, now that I think about it, would be kind of cool if they had gone that route. Because if you think about it, if you add origins to the title, you would have to put it before they figured out how to work the Stargate. Because the movie starts with them figuring out how to work the Stargate for the first time in 50 years. And then the series starts 1 year after that happened. So, since the beginning of Stargate was the beginning of the franchise, if you want to do Origins, you have to go before that. So, significant. I would imagine a significant time before that. I feel like I just came up with with the perfect way to do the web series that they just said fuck it to. If I knew any Stargate forums, I would probably go on there and ask if anyone else has thought of this. I genuinely had not thought of it until now. If I'm not in Stargate Origins Catherine, I believe they left somebody on the other planet. So that's even worse because they did something at the end of the movie that reset, basically. However, they left somebody off planet and they didn't reset that. And the issue with that is 50 years prior, they would have been alerted to the fact that Earth is now a problem. And the evil enemies for the first eight seasons of the show would have come to Earth and wrecked us while they still could. So I get a bit intense when it comes to that little web series with how much, but that's because they didn't have the writers they needed to. I'm willing to blame a lot of that on the fact that they didn't have the writers and they wanted to make up their own story, their own interpretation of Stargate, which is fine. I don't mind them making their own interpretation if they sell it as their own interpretation. Not if they sell it as this is canon, this is going to be part of the series. Yes, this is in fact. If they say it's just a reimagining of it or their interpretation of it, then the movie is perfectly fine. The series turned movie is perfectly fine. And there's nothing wrong with it. And it can be a genuine. I might have genuinely enjoyed it if I didn't go into it thinking that it was in fact legitimately part of the storyline. Because as a reimagining, they did good. As part of canon, they very clearly trashed it. And all the fans made sure they knew about it when it came out. I, however, didn't watch it until several years later because I don't do Apple, and it came out on Apple TV. So I couldn't watch it. All I could do was see the news articles talking about how horrible it was. And I didn't read those because that's negativity. I don't feel like it. And there's nothing I could do about it anyway. I mean, I can't even watch it. So what's the point? But I knew from news articles that people hated it. So when I sat down to watch it, I'm like, okay, just chill. You, they said it's going to be bad. Just go into it thinking that I might not like it, I might not appreciate it. Just as simple. Go in with the headspace that, based on what I heard, they left out one of the important writers, and people just weren't satisfied. And this is one of those times when the internet was completely right in their bashing of something. I genuinely had to stop watching it. I turned it off within like 30 minutes because I could not keep watching it. Because again, I was sold on a series that is part of the franchise, not a reimagining of the franchise. That little bit of information makes all the difference. It really does. And in my defense, when I went into it thinking it might not be what the internet said it was, the internet has a habit of taking movies that are actually good and just raking it over the coals, saying it is just the most awful thing in the world. So I thought maybe this was one of those instances. It seems entirely plausible that it's one of those instances. And I want to watch some new Stargate, so I'm going to watch it. It probably won't be that bad. And I was wrong. So yeah, I should probably do an apology video to the internet. Internet, I'd like to apologize. I couldn't be more sorry. I thought you guys were just full of crap. In my deepest regret, I am so sorry that I did not believe you about Stargate Origins, Catherine. I will learn from this mistake and I will strive to do better. I promise. I might come back and clip that as my first internet apology. To be fair, though, I've gone and watched movies that I loved and thought were awesome and still love, appreciate, and think are awesome. Then gone online later to hear everybody talking about how shit they are. Even people online that were talking about how awesome they are, suddenly they're like, yeah, this movie is shit and all the problems with, look, come click on this to see all the problems with this show here. It's like, dude, you were just talking about how awesome it was. Not even a month ago. You're like, oh, this brings back the whole franchise. This is wonderful. They did a fantastic job. Yeah, this is just full of shit. Fickle people. So, it's plausible to think that the internet can be wrong for that stuff. I mean, come on now. Logic, man. So I typically don't trust the internet when it comes to talking about whether or not I'd enjoy a movie or a show. And I don't like to look into why they think I wouldn't, because I like surprises. I like to be surprised. I like to go into a movie or a series with as little information as possible. So all of it is a surprise to me. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any spoilers of any kind. I don't even know what the characters are. I don't know who the characters are. I don't know where they are. Nothing. All of it is brand new information to me. I didn't know anything about the Spider-Man movie, No Way Home. I hadn't seen trailers. I hadn't seen a movie poster I knew nothing about it other than the fact that there was a Spider-Man movie coming out called No Way Home. And that was the coolest thing I could have done, is deprive myself of any information on it. The only information that I received on it, because my sister watched it, she watched it ahead of me because I didn't feel any urgency to watch it. But she told me that, and this is important, she didn't tell me what was in the movie. She said I would recommend watching the other Spider-Man movie of the previous versions, because there's going to be a reference to them. That kind of spoiler, I am all for. I swear that is beautiful. I love to watch something knowing that I'm going to get references, little Easter eggs to things that came before. I love spotting the Easter eggs and going, "Ooh, I know what that's from." That awesome feeling. I am 100% for that. If you want to tell me to go watch something and you really think I'm going to enjoy it, just let me know what some references you think I would love to have are. For sure. I will definitely listen to that. So the day before I went to go watch Spider-Man No Way Home, I binged watched Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, and Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. And was completely shocked by Spider-Man No Way Home, and it amplified the movie. It really did. Knowing, especially with it so fresh in your mind, you get every reference that they make. Everything connects. All the little subtleties, you get all of that. And I really enjoy that feeling, that good stuffs. I would go and watch all of the Stargate series again. I'm tempted. Part of me is afraid, because what if the show doesn't hold true to what they built? But I feel like that fear is unfounded, because this is the people that made it. It should be in the perfect hands right now. The hands of the people who built it from scratch, who built this universe for us to explore and learn about. These are the people you want to make the show. I need oxygen to make the next thing. Frick. Since they are the makers of the show, I anticipate the show being anything I could hope for. Based on what they said, I believe it is worth putting all my eggs in the basket that it's going to be a good show. Their goal is to make it a good show that people who've never heard of Stargate, who've never watched it before, can watch it and know what's going on. And can, uh, um, um, they watch it, they might like the show, or if they watch it and like the show, they might get motivated to go watch the entire franchise. Which, to me, It could be wishful thinking on their part and mine, because convincing somebody to go back and watch over 350 episodes of a franchise is a bit of a stretch. Because, I mean, actually, no, I take that back. I take it back. Take it back. Rewind. I didn't start with Stargate SG-1. I started the franchise. Technically, I started the franchise with the movie Stargate. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. I started the noise. I started the franchise with Stargate Atlantis. That's where I began. And from there, I went back and watched 10 seasons of SG-1. I learned about characters that everybody else knew about because I started with Atlantis. And I wasn't sure I was going to like SG-1. I went back, watched SG-1. I loved it. It was fantastic. And I think there is a high probability that other people will get that too. Oop. So yeah, I believe it is fully possible that people will watch the new series, not know what Stargate is, and be motivated to go back and watch everything that they didn't know. I find that entirely plausible. Because I've done it. And that is a wonderful place for them to start. Starting a new Stargate series, it is perfect to make it a new series, but new content, new story, new chapter that people can start from. Which I think is basically what you want for every series, technically. Anytime someone puts out a series, I would imagine that they would want you to be able to start from that series rather than believe you need to build 13 years of knowledge to watch this new show that they are now putting out. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? What the hell was that? I skipped past that. What? Prismatic feathers? What's prismatic feathers? Smuggled goods. Okay. Oh, it's only a trading item. Strictly trading item. Okay. Fair enough. Oops! I filled up. My cuppeth runneth over. Let's get this stuff out of the way first. I was a little afraid that we wouldn't be able to get another Stargate show because there has been issues in the past with oh fuck, I'm lightheaded. What the hell? Oof. I don't feel so good. Uh, what was I saying? I'm not sure what's happening. What the fuck? Oh, I remember what I was talking. I was worried that there wouldn't be able to be new Stargate stuff, because in the past there was issues with new Stargate stuff coming out due to licensing issues. I don't know the exact specifics of it, but it was big enough problem to prevent video games from coming out. They were making a Stargate video game, and were using the characters from Stargate SG-1. The actors, the actual actors, they had them do the voices and voice acting for the game that they were making, and they were getting pretty far into the game when they shut it down. And it took a long time for me to find out that it was shut down due to licensing and copyright issues. And when I looked into it, I noticed that the people that made the original movie, the Stargate movie that sparked the whole franchise, they didn't have the license for it anymore. Which is confusing when you think about it, because if the original owner of the concept and franchise doesn't own it, that would suggest that MGM, the people that make the movies and the TV series, the people that picked up and did the rest of the entire franchise, that would mean that they have the licensing rights, correct? Apparently not. Because it wasn't MGM that stopped the video game from coming out, to my, if I remember correctly. So the people who made Stargate in the first place don't have the rights, don't have licensing rights. And the people that at the time were currently making all the Stargate, everything, they didn't have the rights to make video games for it. Then who would possibly have the rights to it? I still don't know. I really don't. It's an answer I cannot give you. I was looking, it was probably a decade ago that I was looking into it. So I wasn't as mature or as or knowledgeable as I am now about searching for things on the internet and whatnot. So it might have been that or interpreting the internet. So it might have been that I just overlooked the information because I or just didn't understand it. But at the time, I could not figure out why the people that created it and the people that currently create for it can't do anything with it. But to my understanding, that's why the game was stopped. Because the people that make Stargate didn't have the rights to it. I could not figure out who does have the rights to it. Amazon bought MGM, so one would think that that means they have the rights to make all Stargate stuff now. But that could be complicated, given the fact that the people who, because of what I just said and repeated over and over and over again. So it legitimately could have been a licensing issue, and that could have been the reason why it was taking so long for Stargate stuff to come out again. Because they bought MGM several years ago. So I've been waiting. I've been hoping and waiting for Stargate ever since they bought it. I did not expect to get new Stargate from MGM on their own. It didn't seem plausible to me that they were going to make new Stargate on their own. I didn't have hope for more Stargate until Amazon bought them out. This is one of those salvage containers I can't get to. But I'm going to try anyway. Where is it? Not seeing it on the compass up there. Am I just blind? I don't know. Oh. Hopefully they don't run into licensing issues. It would be really cool to have a Stargate video game. I don't see it really happening. Actually, I can see it happening now. There is a Stargate video game. It came out a couple years ago, maybe. It was on Steam. It was Stargate Timekeepers, I believe. I haven't played it. It didn't feel like my sort of game. Which is weird to say out loud considering I've been wanting more Stargate. I don't know. There was one problem. I was curious how they would. I was wondering how they would do a Stargate video game, because one of the coolest things about Stargate was stepping through a Stargate and exploring unknown worlds. And it would be really cool if you could go out and explore new worlds. And as I'm saying this out loud, I'm realizing some stuff. It's not as hard as I was thinking it would be, because they make Star Wars games and they don't have you explore the entire world usually. The logistics of how the worlds work is very similar to Star Wars. And I feel like that still needs explaining, because because it took me forever to realize this about Star Wars. Nobody actually explained it to me, really. Um, 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 um. There's a reason why. Like, my brain is weird. Um, Stargate. We'll go with Stargate's thing. Planets that have a Stargate and have a population of people, they don't always have population spreading across the entire planet that they're on. Some of them might be because of the planet size, but um, the Stargate is a part of their lives. It's part of their society, and that's where they came from. They arrived at the planet through the Stargate. So they build up their civilization near the Stargate. So you don't have to travel the entire planet trying to figure out if there's life there or where people are. If you step out through the Stargate and there's civilization, there's a decent chance. Or I mean, there's pretty clear. That's not always the case, but they are usually relatively close to the Stargate. They're not like 5,000 miles away. Like, you can go through the Stargate on foot and reasonably walk around and find civilization if there is one. So, what the fuck? I didn't do anything. I've just been sitting here yapping. Why do I feel. I don't feel so good. Huh. The similarity I was trying to make with Stargate and Star Wars is, a lot of times they also have um, 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 or there are times when they also have all the civilization of one planet at one point, at one specific part of the planet, rather than the entire sphere of the planet. And the reason for that is Star Wars traveling between planets is all about hyperspace routes. You have to go on these specific routes if you want to fly fast enough and still not run into anything that will immediately kill you. Because traveling at that sort of speed, according to the information we had back then, or our train of thought back then, if you wanted to travel at that speed, you risk the risk of a bottle cap going completely through your ship if you run into it. So you need routes that are completely safe to travel on, straight routes. And knowledge of those routes is very important. But that's also why when they were leaving Hoth in episode 5, they couldn't leave the planet from all the different places. They had to leave from one specific place. In theory, they could have left the planet from 360 degrees of possibilities. I mean, in reality, they could leave the planet that way. They just couldn't leave the system that way, solar system that way. They would have had to go straight towards the destroyers trying to destroy them. So, I mean, but if that's where the hybrid, if that's where the lanes open up, might as well just build your civilization there rather than spread out, unless you have the population for spreading out. Similarly, why build entire super cities or whatever when you can build your entire civilization around a Stargate? Which is, of course, not the case for all the planets that they go to. They have gone to planets that have cities that cover the entire planet. They've gone to they've gone to planets that have more advanced species than us. They've gone to places with less advanced species. They've gone to places with more advanced humans than us. They've gone to places with the reverse, the back of they've done all kinds of stuffs. They've even gone to planets that don't have atmosphere. They needed spacesuits to walk around. There's also planets that are completely empty. There's all kinds of... The possibilities are endless. That's one of the cool things. Is my health so shit that talking is fucking me up? Oh, damn. I feel completely... I don't feel good. But I'm still so excited about Stargate. And the fact that it's coming out made by people you would hope to be making it. Why can't I reach these? I wasn't sure what I was hoping for a new Stargate series. Like, I didn't have anything in mind for what I want to be in the series. I did want it to be something I would enjoy. But that is insanely vague. Maybe that's why I'm so excited, because the information they gave is insanely vague too, and the way that they said it, they basically covered everything. The amount of thought I put into what I wanted it to be, they've already given me information saying that it meets those thoughts. So I'm like, it's like, don't them's the magic word. That's all I need to hear. Oh yeah, I post videos through scheduling. One of my videos I posted yesterday, which was actually it was kind of by accident because I try to upload videos on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I didn't realize that yesterday was Thursday. Otherwise, I would have waited till Friday to put it out, which I believe is today. And that's the reason why they're video right next to each other. I probably should have waited for the video that I put up today. I felt when I finished making it, I felt like it was a video I might want to hold on to and rethink or redo something on it. It didn't feel like it was done and good enough. But I also couldn't figure out what to add to it. Maybe that's why I wanted to hold on to it and add more to it. I don't know. I knew it was a type of video that places like YouTube would find highly inappropriate. They seem to get all up in arms about videos that I like to post, things that I find funny. I actually have no intention of getting monetized on YouTube or TikTok or Twitter apparently. Yeah. And if I had a choice, which it sounds like I don't really, if I had a choice, I would not be monetized on Twitch either. I don't I want all my content to be free. I want everything I do as a VTuber to be free. I don't want anybody to pay for anything that I do as a VTuber. On the other hand, it would be nice to have money, but I don't want people to have to pay to get my content. I know all too well what it's like to not be able to support to not be able to support your Oshi and to not be able to afford the different things your Oshi can offer. And I don't want to be like that. I don't have a problem with how they do things, and more power to them. I'm not saying everybody should do like me, because if they did, they would massively limit their possibilities and what they can do. It is without a doubt a heavy limitation. But still, I don't want anybody to have to pay for anything. I would like to make money off of this so that I could do this full time, but I don't want anyone to have to pay. My end goal as a streamer, my goal is to make, or financially speaking, my goal as a VTuber is to make 2,000 fans that don't mind donating $1 a month to me. That's if I have to be paid, that is the type of payment that I would want. Just $1 donation a month would be more than enough. I mean, if I could choose how I get paid as a VTuber, it would be to have a small amount of the people that watch me. Actually, a large amount at this point. That would be a massive amount. Again, this is my end goal. So, someday in the future, I hope to have enough followers that some of them might be willing to donate $1 a month to me. Other than that, I don't want to be monetized on anything still. I want people to be able to not pay anything and enjoy or be disturbed or find weird, whatever. I want all my content to be free. Anybody, anywhere can access it. That's what I want. I also want to not be limited by these people on what I can do. I don't plan to bend any of my content or anything to what these people want me to do. Partially because that's not actually an option for me. I just do what I can. So, I don't know. I fully intend to keep making content the way I want to make it. Keep streaming, do things the way I do things. And not be an ambassador to any of these things. I found that kind of funny. Being monetized on YouTube means you're an ambassador of YouTube. So we have to make sure that you're not doing anything that's questionable on YouTube or in real life. Please. I definitely don't want any of that. My only concern to conforming to YouTube is trying to avoid being shadow banned. And, of course, being completely banned. But I have a plan for YouTube that I find hilarious every time I think about it. They shadow ban some of my stuff because it is inappropriate. And I'm not going to argue that it's inappropriate. It is most definitely inappropriate. 100%. However, I still find it funny. So, later on, when I have money to spend and can't think of anything I want to spend it on, I'm going to do advertising and promote the videos they won't show. They're like, okay, this is inappropriate. We're not going to show this to anybody. If somebody goes to your profile, then they can see it if they want, but we're not going to advertise it. We're not going to let anybody else see it. We're not going to let anybody know that you posted it. We're not going to nothing. So once I get money to blow, I'm gonna make it so that they have to. Take that. Just because, no real reason. I mean, it doesn't break my heart that they're not showing my content. I understand they got to do what they got to do, and I don't have a problem with that. They're not willing to compromise. I'm not willing to compromise, and I accept it. No problem. I just find it funny that I can make it so that they will. We're not gonna do that. No. We're not gonna. Yes, you are. Here's some money. Fuck. TikTok though, that's my place right there. They accept me more for me. The fun stuff that I love posting, TikTok is way more into it than YouTube is. But it is interesting to see the difference between them all. Like watching on the YouTube and the TikTok and Instagram all had different likes for my content. It was kind of cool to see that. With my disorders, I honestly can't bend everything to the content people want to see. I have to do what I'm capable of doing, and that's what I do. So, even if I wanted to change to make them happy, I can't. So if one of the groups I'm in does get monetized, though, there's nothing I can do about that. And I'm not going to tell them they can't. Again, I just want my stuff to be free. I have no control over anybody else, and I have no desire to have control over anybody else. They can do what they want, live their lives, make their choices, and I have no problem with that. Just my choices. This is just my choice. Yeah. Recently, I've pretty much exclusively been posting with I've pretty much exclusively been posting and streaming with other people, Mischief Crew, for the most part. And honestly, it's been bothering me that all my content is been group effort, not solo. Plus, uh I'm a handful and I'm better in small doses. I can be fun, entertaining, nice, and all the stuff you want, but I'm also a lot to handle. So small doses are a blessing. And even if the group does like me, adding more and more and more time reduces the amount of time they want to spend near me or with me. Technically, we're not near. I have no intention of streaming with Mischief Crew for a while. I haven't informed them of that. I'm not trying to hide it from them or anything. It's just they haven't opened up saying that they don't want to stream with me specifically. So if they're not comfortable telling me that to my face, then I don't want to put them in an awkward position by telling them I'm not going to stream because I don't because you guys would rather stream without me for a bit. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. I know who I am, what I am. I know all my issues. I know I'm a handful. I know all this stuff. I've lived with this my entire life. I've met all kinds of people, and I know you don't want to. I mean, even as a streamer, you don't want all your content to be with me. You really don't. And if you do, it's questionable. I am very questionable. So making everything. You need a break from me. Everybody needs a break from me. And I'm not afraid. I don't mind if they would come out and say that either. It's like, I just don't want to stream with you. I'm perfectly fine with that. And if any of them are watching, I'm perfectly fine with that. You can tell me. I'm tired of streaming with you. I'm tired of talking. You could even go as far as like, I'm tired of talking to you. I'm tired of being near you. I'm tired of being referenced with you. It's understandable. You don't need to defend it. You don't need to. It's perfectly understandable. I get tired of me. If I could take time away from me, I would. I genuinely would. No need to be upset. No need to worry about it. I'm cool. It's cool with me. But I've definitely seen signs that they need a break from me. So, coupled with the fact that I want to do more solo work, I'm taking a break from collaborations with my group. I just kind of find it funny that I can tell that they're tiptoeing around that they need a break from me. Hell, if they say that they want a break from me, that's an improvement in my eyes. That's a good thing. Growing up, I just had people that just hated me. Never want to be near me. Never want to do anything with me. That's what that's currently I'm assuming that I need a break from them, but it may entirely be that they hate me. Who knows? Fine. It's cool. It's cool. No need to worry. I'm sure they don't like outright hate me. I mean, it's possible, but they've been willing to stream with me multiple times. And they say that they have fun. So, I mean, that's a massive improvement over previous things. So I am curious if they're ever going to do that. They'll be like, okay, you know what? I just need a break. Like, I would like to do a collab, just not with you, because the way my schedule is, my schedule is very weird. So pretty much, and every time that we've set up a collab, I've always been free. I always have the free time to do it when they want to do it. They say what times they can, and I happen to be free those times. So I've been in all of the collabs except for the Baldur's Gate and the tabletop. But that still leaves a lot of collabs. So they've gotten heavy doses of me pretty much every week. If they aren't tired of me, I would be surprised. If they didn't need a break from me, I would be shocked. I have heavily been a part of them, part of the group. And I talk probably more than anybody else in that Discord. So they see me a lot. And again, if I could take a break from me, I would. But I'm taking a break from but yes, I'm taking a break from collabs with them for a while. I want solo streams and solo content creation for a while. I guess if they come specifically to me and talk to me directly and ask me directly to be part of a collab, and all the people in the collab also want me there, then I don't mind. Then I'll do a collab with them. It's not that I hate them, and not that I don't like them. I'm not upset with them. Nothing. All the love in the world. I enjoy hanging out with them and collab and streaming with them and having fun with them playing games. Lots of fun. Just you don't have to do everything in the world with me. And we've done everything with me. I wonder if it's a loading issue, because I've been having this, because as you may or may not have seen, I've been starting to have this issue a lot, where I have to hop out of the ship to go down to the planet to try to collect the rest of Ish. There was not even. I was close to this. Oh, if I would have stayed a little bit longer, it probably would have fixed itself. Or not? What the hell? Well, that ain't right. I didn't plan on talking about all that on stream, but I don't plan on talking about pretty much anything on stream. I just open my mouth and speak my thoughts. And hope that somebody finds it entertaining. Similar to therapy, I suppose. Except the hoping somebody finds it entertaining part. I know with the way my brain works, it is helpful to have somebody to. This is confusing me. If I can talk, and I think somebody is there, or the possibility exists that somebody is there, they don't have to be listening. They don't have to actually be there. If I think there's a possibility that they can hear me, that's all I need. to get some things out of my head and move on. That's all I need. And it's cool that I find it kind of funny sometimes when my friends, because my local friends, they know this too, and my family knows this. My mom will straight up go, "Is this going to be on the test?" And then if I say no, then she's not gonna put in a ton of effort to listen to what I'm saying or memorize or whatever, because it's not on the test. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, as long as I can talk and get these thoughts out of my head, they won't circle around in my, because I have multiple disorders. One of them is OCD, and it mainly comes out in the form of circular thinking. The same thought will go around in my head over and 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 over nonstop. Eventually to the point that it could cripple me, prevent me from doing anything, even moving. So I need to get thoughts out of my head. Talking does that. And they understand that you don't have to listen. It's cool. You don't mean it might be better not to listen. I don't know. But it's nice to have the possibility that somebody's there. In fact, most of the time I would rather be alone. Anxiety and all. So, man, it's just a catch-22. In order to get things out of my head, there has to be somebody else there, because my brain knows if I'm just trying to think out loud, and it'll still stay stuck in my head. Oops. ODD is by far the most fun sounding disorder I got. It is one that not a lot of people know about. ODD is oppositional defiance disorder. And basically, the simplest way to put it is it gives me the irresistible urge to do the opposite. Which has actually worked in my favor, or has made things entertaining for certain things. For playing the Quiet Place game. It adds a love. It's kind of funny to me for my playthrough of A Quiet Place, because I can't. I get the urge to do the opposite, and in that game, you're supposed to be quiet, or those things will come and kill you. So you got to keep telling yourself, I need to be quiet. And my oppositional defiance disorder, my irresistible urge to be defiant, includes instructions and commands from myself. So me telling myself to do something can trigger it and make me want to do the exact opposite. Isn't that fun? So there are multiple instances. There are enough instances that I will be making a compilation when I finish my playthrough. I will make a compilation of all the times I got myself killed because I just couldn't hold back anymore. There have been some very funny ones. The most recent one that I posted, I consider to be one of the least funny of them. Yes, one of the least. I was about to say it might be the least, but I've also just freaking into the microphone and got myself killed just because. And that method is, in fact, less interesting and less fun than the one I posted. Wub, wub, wub. How did I get all of this sodium nitrate? Pardon me. I really hope I get to start doing. I would change my. I like the. I can't speak. Oh whoa, that was a bad idea. Apparently, I shouldn't be moving around right now, or physically, IRL. I just got done saying how I plan on just doing solo work for now, but I would definitely change that and start doing collabs if the second group that I'm part of starts to do stuff. I'm also part of a group called V Disability or V Disability Plus, which is a group advocating for VTubers with disabilities, both physical and mental. Physical and or mental. So if you have a physical and or mental disorder, is stuff we're going to be. Actually, I have no idea. So far, we've done one thing, and that was during the Mighty Mouse charity event that brought us together. Since then, we've done absolutely nothing. Technically, we have done something, or technically, some stuff has been done, but I haven't seen any of this stuff. They said they were making a Discord, and I think they were going to make a YouTube channel, but I haven't seen any of that. I keep questioning if I need to do something about it. Send them messages like, "Hey, can we start doing something?" Because I know for a fact, people with disabilities have a remarkable ability to procrastinate and find reasons not to do something. Everybody can find reasons not to do something, but people with disabilities, they're because to be fair, they have reasons to procrastinate. That was one of the struggles I had with becoming a streamer. I wanted to be fully prepared and everything, and I couldn't. Is it just this is just not the right time, or it's never the right time? You just got to start. You got to go. I recently remembered that because I started as a flesh tuber, I recently remembered that a year ago when I was a flesh tuber, I only started to grow when I stopped streaming the weekends and started streaming times that every other streamer is on. I've been streaming when every other streamer is online. making it so if you want to find me, you have to search through all of them. And I decided that I needed to go back to doing streams during the week. And I quickly decided that it's not really a good time. There would be many problems with trying to stream during the week at this given point in time. However, I immediately decided that I'm going to make myself do it. And so far, I've done it. Today is Friday, so I've technically done it once. Shame on me. But I decided that I will be doing it during the week, at least 2 days during the week. And possibly open up to more. I'm like, content creation takes time. It takes time to make videos. I know I'm only making shorts, but it does take time, and streaming on the weekends takes time, and work takes time, and I don't have enough energy after that, but then I just tell myself, too bad. You need to do this. Start doing it. Wait, no. It's not. You need to do this, so you're going to start doing it. It's you need to do this, so you are going to start doing this. Not that you need, not that you should, that you will be doing this. This is going to happen. This is what you're going to do. And I got off my ass and did it. And honestly, I'm glad I did. I got one of the most interesting messages I've ever gotten while on stream. And I got another person trying to sell me crap. And I was actually happy about it because I haven't had that in a while. Typically, I've been streaming to nobody, and when I have been doing collabs, people just go to the other streamers and watch their stream for the collab. And I sit at 0 viewers. So I don't get any real messages from anybody. So having somebody message me with a BS conversation was still good. I really appreciated it. Just the typical, hi, how you doing? How long you been streaming type of thingy, and then just switching over to, hey, you need an artist, hey, you need a promoter, hey, you need whatever. I decided that I do like the BS conversation beforehand. Because I do miss talking with chat. So even if it's somebody trying to futilely send me or try to sell me stuff, I'm still happy that I got to talk with somebody. I don't really need to talk to somebody in order to feel better after streaming, but it is a lot more rewarding. Feels more rewarding when you talk to somebody else. I like how I went from geeking out about Stargate to therapy session. And then I think I kind of turned into motivational speaker briefly. By the way, Twitter did not want to acknowledge the stream. Yesterday, I posted, I think around noon-ish, that I was looking forward to doing a wholesome stream tonight, yesterday night. A wholesome stream where I was geeking out and being a dork. And I was just looking forward to it, and I hope, and I added that I hope the rain doesn't have other plans for me, because I'm looking forward to it. And Twitter decided that message needed to not exist anymore. I went to back to look at it, to look at my Twitter, and it was nowhere to be found. I couldn't find it anywhere. I thought maybe it's just a glitch on my phone, and I just don't see it on my phone. I went onto my computer. It's not there neither. It just vanished from existence, or vanished from me. I don't know. But I feel like that was the most wholesome thing I posted. Not only because it said wholesome in it, but it just felt like the most wholesome thing I posted. And I would find it funny if Twitter took a look at it and said, I don't think wholesome's supposed to come from this guy. This might be a hack or something. Let's get rid of it. I would find that funny and ironic. That's also another thing that's been bothering me. I feel like I've just been being an ass a lot, and I don't like feeling like that. Because I do say messed up things, and I do act like an ass a lot, but I am genuinely a nice, caring person. And I feel really bad when I do an abundance of being. I feel like I've just been being mean. And it feels like I'm at this point intentionally being a handful, which I don't want. So there's like 3 or 4 reasons why I want to do solo streaming for a while. And none of them are because I don't like the people I'm streaming with. I do hope to continue streaming with them in the future. And if they need help with something, they can count on me. Well, depending on what they want help with, they can count on me. Oh, right. I still need to finish making a VTuber model for one of them. I started making the model and then I stopped. I was taking a break from it, and then when I was going to come back to it, they announced on Twitter that they were taking an indefinite hiatus from VTubing. So I completely stopped. Because hiatus means they might come back. Indefinite hiatus translates to everybody who sees it would logically think that that means the first definition of indefinite, because I did recently look it up and find out that there are actually 2. The first definition of indefinite is unlimited, which would mean indefinite hiatus would mean never coming back. However, there is a second definition, and the second definition is undetermined. Basically, undetermined amount of time. Which for that, It makes perfect sense that they're going to start streaming again in December. But I took it as the first meaning that everyone else in my life has always used that meaning of it. So, I mean, it felt kind of weird that, but it's all good. It's better. It's better. I just have to get back into it. I'm not even finished with my model, honestly. And I'm still learning stuff about rigging. Like, I don't like how the side of my hair looks, but I couldn't figure out how to do side and rear hair. But I somewhat recently, probably well over a month ago at this point, I saw a video on Twitter of somebody who did it in a style similar to what I want, or a concept of what I want. So now that I see it, I can make it. I just have to put more thought into it. Seeing it and being able to figure out how it works from seeing it is something I can do. But coming out without knowing anything about it, that was I couldn't figure it out. I at least need the concept. I did learn new things while making his model, and I did find a way to make back hair for his model. I figured out a way to do his model, but that way wouldn't work for mine. But either way, it's still nice to learn new things. Admittedly, though, it was very stupid of me to offer to make him a model because making a model is pure pain. Because I'm designing it and rigging it, although I'm not designing it, so I thought it would be easier. Technically, I didn't design it. I used, because he's a PNG tuber, I used his model, his current PNG model, and his concept art to create the VTuber model. And it's sort of a mixture of the two. I kind of combined them. And so technically I didn't have to put much thought into how I'm going to make it. I didn't have to put the amount of thought I put into mine. The amount of thought I put into my model is excessive. I'm glad I did mine the way I did, but it was definitely excessive. And it's always nice when somebody notices the stuff that I did. Even though it's not finished and flawed. And I had kind of decided that rather than try to make a replacement model later on when I learn more and blah 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 blah, I decided that I'd probably just try to commission somebody. And just to avoid the process of making and rigging another model. And I find that funny since I turned around and just be like, hey, I want to make you a model for free. Because making a VTuber model is on my list of VTuber things I want to be free. Of my VTuber stuff I want free. The main thing that sparked it, that made me want to do it though, is I knew I could do it. And I knew what he would have to go through in order to get one made, and I know how much it would cost to have a decent one made. And I am assuming the amount of money he paid for the first attempt at a model that was just atrocious. And I knew I could help. And I always feel like if I have the ability to help you, I will help you. As long as if I have the ability, it's within my power. If I can help, I will help. It's just, you could say it's even a belief. Actually, I have said that as a belief sort of thing. I was talking with my friend. A friend had two kids, and the kids were asking about something. It was like along the lines of a bank robbery and stuff. Like if they think they have a chance to stop a bank robbery that they're in, should they take that chance? And I started off saying, first of all, I think if you have the ability to help somebody, you should help somebody. However, in that instance, you do not have the ability to do that. You have to know when you have the ability. You can't just assume. You have to know. Be intelligent about it. Like I would have said no. I would have not offered to do the VTuber model because it takes a lot of time, and it would take a lot of time, thought, and effort. I would have to take a lot of time, thought, and effort, all that stuff, to make their model. So realistically speaking, if I didn't have that time that I could put in that much thought and effort, I would not have offered. But I did have that amount of time. I did have the willpower and the know-how of all that stuff. I could safely help. I had everything within my power to help him. So I'm helping. If I didn't have the time, I didn't have enough energy or enough knowledge to do it, I would not have done it. And it does suck to not. There is a unfortunate thing with VTuber models and having somebody make them for you. They can be insanely expensive, and I eventually learned that they take a long time and they aren't guaranteed. You could pay thousands of dollars and then months later have the artist tell you, I can't finish it, and then get nothing. So drop a few $1,000s and hope that by the end of several months or over a year, you'll have a model. That's rough. So it's definitely nice to have somebody willing to do it for free. Especially since we're small VTubers. We're small streamers. We don't have that following. We don't have that kind of money. We're just doing the best we can. It's a hell of a risk. and the final product isn't even guaranteed to be worth the money. In all honesty, especially the model that he got for his first time. The rigging of the mouth was just, what the hell is this? It was so cursed. And the head angles, it looked like someone just drew a face on a basketball and then turned the basketball. It looked so weird. And the design was so... There's just a list of wrongs with that VTuber model. And I'm like, I was like, this guy, he needs this, and I have to, and I have the ability to do so much better than that. I need to do this for him. I also eventually learned that the amount of rigging I do, the level of rigging I do, is actually more expensive than I would have thought it would be. So what I assumed was more basic knowledge of rigging apparently is not. And my hyperfixation status just allowed me to do incredible things without realizing how incredible they were. I just looked at something and knew this is what I wanted from it, and this is how I want it to be, and then found out how to make it happen. It didn't occur to me that everybody else doesn't know how to do that either. Especially when I found out all this information on how to do it from YouTube videos. I was like, oh, it's a YouTube video. That means other people have more knowledge than whatever I'm learning here. And it turns out, nope. But I am proud of what I have for his model so far. I do not look forward to head angle. I hate doing the head angles. They're so difficult, and there's no... skills. Actually, I've spent most of this time just collecting pieces and yapping on about stuffs. I could probably make a lot of better stuff now. I noticed a problem with my rigging. I made it so I can turn so far in different directions, but didn't realize the camera doesn't capture that tracking as far as I make it. I have a pretty cheap camera that's looking me dead in the face, and it doesn't collect information as far as I turn. So my face starts doing weird things when I turn sometimes. I overachieved and can't do anything with it. Oh, nice. Star Citizen, maybe? Honestly, I should play it. I have a bit of a history for Star Citizen. I first found out about it when I was still going to school, growing up, and my friend used to talk about it all the time, way before it came out, and everything he was saying made the game sound so awesome, but it never came out. It just stayed in the making so long, I assumed it was never going to be made. So I just kind of listened to what he said, like, yeah, that does sound cool. If it ever gets made, that would be cool. Cool, yeah, that would be nice, yeah. And then kind of tuned it out. Even more funny than that, I don't think he plays it, and it's come out. Oof. I am curious. Oh, it's still in alpha. Okay, okay there. Yeah. Then that answers what I was about to say. I was about to say I wonder if it's living up to the hype that my friend was giving it. So, well, if I'm still alive in 2030, I definitely will give it a. I'll definitely get it while it's free. If it's too good though, my computer won't be able to handle it. But getting something while it's free is awesome. So I will definitely make sure I get it while it's free. Uh, Lifespans are crazy. Oh, you can only play for free this week. Okay. Well, that's a bit different. Still though, worth a shot. For 40 bucks, I definitely need to have more money. Wait, what was I doing? Currently, I don't have any plans beyond 2028. My only plan for 2028 is pretty simple, but that's as far into my future as I'm planning. Aw. What flavor of sick are you? Aw. Luckily, I'm still able to do that, but that is a rough one to lose. I feel you there. Well, that's good then. It's always nice. Oh, hello, kitty. Hi, kitty. One of the things I like, I don't actually watch Iron Mouse, and I haven't seen much of her stuff, but I do admire and have a generalized knowledge, and I really do love that her story is one of recovery. How she had troubles and got better from that, and that there still might be troubles, but it's a recovery thing. I do admire that and appreciate that, and it's really nice to hear that sort of stuff. My story is going to be different. I've been kind of deciding whether or not I should hide the fact or if I should be open about it. But knowing me, I'm probably going to have to be open about it. My story is not one of recovery or getting better. Mine is one of steadily getting worse. In order to function, I need medication, high doses of it, above the recommended safety dose nowadays. But when I was a kid, I was informed about one of the bad things about it. When I was about 10, I was told that the medication will shorten my lifespan by 30 years. This was when I was taking just one medication. I now take much more than that. And I take higher than the safe recommended dose. I literally have poison running through my veins. And my body, it's poison to everybody else. And for quite some time, it wasn't necessarily poisonous to me. But now it is definitely poisonous to me. So, and it's not like I can just get like an organ transplant to fix it because it's in my blood. It's damaging my entire body. So everything is equally fucked. So, and at the same time, it's making it so that the medicine isn't as effective anymore because my body's getting used to it for the psychological effects while still taking the poison damage. So I'm slowly losing mental abilities while also getting more sick. So within 10 to 20 years, I'll be fully dead. And probably within 10 years, if I'm still alive, I won't have mental abilities much. I find comfort in my story in the hopes that I'm the only one with this specific level of difficulty. And every time I hear that somebody doesn't have my level of fucked, I'm always happy. I have 5 mental disorders, and they are so crippling. I can't do anything without. I can't do any. I have no quality of life without medication. If I don't have medication, my quality of life is gone. I just don't know what's going on anymore. I don't. I'm a burden to everybody else. I'm hated. All this. It's just I very much need medication to function. And I might be getting disability. I might be filing for disability soon so that I could possibly get some financial aid because I'm currently also fucked. I'm also fucked on finance, so I'm fucked mentally, physically, and financially. Yeah, I live in the U.S. Fun fact: the medication I take, if I buy it, if I pay for it, it costs more than chemotherapy. Much more than chemotherapy. Much, much, much more than chemotherapy. Per month. Per month. Thousands and thousands of dollars a month. I know, right? Luckily, my particular insurance plan lowers the cost of my medication to free to from like free to like 10 $15 and makes my psychiatrist trips that are usually well over $100, it makes those free. So I got some breaks on those. Mental disorders are very costly for some reason. That does sound nice. How did I get that much? Oh, I sold a bunch of stuff, duh. One. They really are. In all honesty, my level of mental disorders is so rare they didn't do the math on how rare that it is. It's becoming more common for people with one mental disorder to acquire a second mental disorder. And it's very rare for somebody to get three. And it's so rare for somebody to get four that they didn't do the math on how rare it is to get five. Which is comforting to me. Nope, no autism for me. I did get tested for it. I got tested for pretty much every disability, every disorder. I really did. We didn't know what I had until I was 15. We couldn't figure out what I had because it was so complex and we couldn't figure it out until I was put in a psych ward. And then we were able to piece together what it is. It took a team of psychiatrists to figure out what I have. And it's still suspected that I have more disabilities. There's only 5 that are absolutely confirmed. The rest are just suspected. So when I say I have 5 confirmed, it doesn't by any means mean I only have 5. It just means that's where that's the level of confirmation I have. We don't want that one. Want that. Can't make life too easy. It's funny when people try to make me feel better. It's like, don't worry, you're not special, or I'm sure other people have that, and I'm just like, I sure as hell hope they don't. I'd rather be the only one. Breathing disorder too. I got weird pinky and ring. My pinkies don't. I have physical issues too, other than but whatever. But I find my pinkies funny because there's an angle they can't meet. So like if like fully extended hand, if I slowly lower my pinky to like fist, making a fist level type of thing, they will skip part of it. They'll just like jump from point A to point B, and I can't get them to go anywhere between that. And it's a very noticeable sudden jump that I might actually show on hand cam at some point. I can also dislocate my left shoulder whenever I want. And the doctor told me not to do that, and I kept doing it anyway. And now when I wear hoodies, the left sleeve keeps sliding down. Cause apparently lowered that shoulder now. I'm so good at listening to orders and stuff. When I first started streaming, I tried to hide that I had disorders, and now I'm not. Genetic short straw, very much genetic short straw. There's no real reason to expect some of these. My dad has confirmed one of the disorders that I have, and I suspect he has bipolar as well. But the other ones he is not confirmed to have. It's just seems like me. I have OCD, ODD, general anxiety disorder, ADHD, and bipolar type 2. There are 5 types of bipolar. I had the second. Wait a minute. I did not confirm if I have enough pieces to make what I wanted to make. I do not. Oh well. I choose to read dyslexia as daily sex because I find it funnier. One of my best friends, my bestest friend, has dyslexia and asthma. But yeah, daily sex for sure. Doctor said I need daily sex. No, he said you had dyslexia. No, I'm pretty sure it was daily sex. I think the last time I had sex was in 2024. In all honesty, I'm not in any hurry to have sex again. Yeah, let's put this back. Nice. That's a cool prescription. There's something wrong with me now that I'm not sure what it is. I need to figure out what's going on with me right now. Ah, that's an unfortunate one to get worse. Because breathing is one of those things that you just really want to keep doing in life. It really is. For the times that I haven't been able to breathe, I've always wanted to start breathing again. I know, right? The one I've shared the most on stream is ODD because of how little known it really is. I assume the rest of them people have a guess as to what they are. ODD is oppositional defiance disorder. And the simplest way to put it is it gives me the irresistible urge to do the opposite. And my severity of it very much needs to be that vague of a definition of a description. The first time I noticed it was when I was early in my early teens. I was playing dodgeball, and the ball was coming at me, and I knew immediately that if I went to the left, I would be safe. If I stayed where I would be safe. So to play it safe, I would go to the left. I decided to go to the left. My body went to the right. I got hit, and I just stood there like, what the fuck just happened? It can be physical. It can affect physical. It can affect verbal. If someone tells me to do something, I immediately want to do the opposite. If I try to trick it, and if someone tries to trick it, I am overwhelmed to do. What the fuck is this? Where are those shots coming from? My ship is. My cannons are off screen. What the fuck? Pink. I told Pink about. I love how weird that is. I told Pink about my ODD, and she tried to account for it and tell me to do something. But apparently, I forgot to tell her that if you try to trick it, it just amplifies because it's being tricked. It needs to show that you can't do that. So she tried to trick it, and I ended up. You just can't trick it. Well, with medication, it's manageable. All my shit is manageable with medication. That's just. And I always say manageable when I say what my medication does. I don't say it makes me anywhere near normal because it can't. It gives me a chance to function and be a part of society. Just a chance. Just a chance. I know, right? Personally, I don't want to ever produce a kid. Logically speaking, when I think about it, I know I should never produce offspring. Yes, I took bipolar, dropped the bi, and put Quinn. Quinn being 5, and polar being one of my disorders. Why am I here again? Oh, first rendezvous. Right? I know, right? There's a chance I can't actually get anyone pregnant. There's a chance I'm infertile as well, based on how many times I've finished inside and how many children I have produced. I would say there's a high probability that I'm infertile. But that probably didn't come from birth. There's been plenty of stuff between now and the time I was born that would explain me being infertile. Yeah. But there's this thing called natural selection that used to keep all these disorders from populating from being the population of this planet, where the people who had these disorders died quickly and didn't reproduce. But nowadays we got all this medicine and medical technology that all these people with all these disorders like me can survive and have a chance to breed. So I mean, like, it's kind of a, but I'm very much, my family line needs to end with me. Each one individually is enough to be killing me. The collective just makes it worse. But if I had just one, it would still shorten my life by a lot. Depends on the dosage, because Adderall is essentially meth without a lot of the negative meth side effects. It's legal meth, and meth has fucked up people's lives before. What the hell is that? That's interesting. I'm getting a phone call. Wait, what? Probably that direction. My favorite button on the phone is the button that mutes phone calls. But I pretty much never have to use it anymore because my ringtone is silence. I recorded silence, not a single sound, and set that as my ringtone. So anybody I don't know or anybody I don't know shows up as silence. You don't hear nothing. But I do still hit the silence button for my sister when she calls. Everybody else doesn't call often enough for me to be bothered by him too much. All right, I put all that stuff away. Eee. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yoink, 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 yoink. I do have to go to work in about an hour and a half. Oh, I've been streaming longer than I thought I would this morning. Nice. Yeah, it's morning for me. I woke up this morning and then immediately came over and started streaming. I was going to stream yesterday. Oh, yeah, it is midday. My bad. It is midday. Not to be confused with Midgard. I'm central. I'm in Texas. That big ass center part of America that you can tell someone you're in and they can search all fucking months and not find you. Currently, it's 12:20 something. 12:26. Aw. If I'm not mistaken, I'm 1 hour behind Pink. If I'm not mistaken, she's streaming Baldur's Gate tonight with Rad something. And I will be doing who knows what. I might stop by briefly. I don't know. Oh, right. I'm searching for something. Oh. No one's talking to me at the moment. Either no one's talking to me or I'm magically not getting any messages from anybody. Yeah. I decided for a while for now I'm going to be taking a break from collaborations unless they come specifically ask me. I figure everyone needs a break from me. I mean, I've been doing a lot of collaborations. Pretty much every week, I've been doing collaborations, and I think I talk more than anybody else in the Discord. And frankly, if I could take a vacation from me, I would. So if they don't need a vacation from me, I would be very confused. Capture a photograph on the planet Bori. Okay, I'm on Bori. Am I? Yes, I am. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I don't think little of myself. I just know that I have 5 mental disorders, and I've grown up knowing I'm better in small doses. I really am. And they've been getting heavy doses of me. I can be really fantastic and awesome in small doses. During the Adderall shortage, I saw an Adderall ad on YouTube, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "If you have to be told that you might have ADHD, you don't need Adderall as much as I do. Chill out, give it a rest. Don't try to add more to the list." Although Adderall is also used for people who have narcolepsy. So that's another challenge for collecting Adderall. I don't get why we need I don't understand why we have ads for medicine. We don't prescribe medicine. And if you prescribe medicine to yourself, odds are you're wrong and an idiot. You go to the doctor and they tell you what you need. So like why advertise? It should be illegal here too. It really should. Because we have a bunch of idiots here. America has a lot of idiots that believe TV and the internet and think that they know better than everybody else. We need to have people be like, you know what, we're not going to advertise stuff you can't handle. Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot of sense. Americans have proved that we can't always handle Tylenol. So really, that's an interesting one because melatonin is a natural resource in the human body that is used to put yourself to sleep. And it is a medication that is insanely hard to OD on. Like, I don't know that it's possible to. I had a friend who attempted suicide by taking a whole bottle of melatonin, and they had the best sleep of their life. They were completely unharmed. They just had an awesome sleep. So if I really want to sleep, I Might take some sleeping meds and a bunch of fucking melatonin without any regards. But sleep meds pretty much don't work for me, so I need high doses in order for them to work. Yes. Oh, right. True. 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 Yeah. True. True. It is. It definitely does fuck up your sleeping schedule or habits and abilities, and you don't want to sleep through sleep apnea necessarily. Oh yeah, I have sleep apnea, and I've done nothing for it. Fun fact. I've been confirmed to literally die in my sleep. One of my girlfriends told me I stopped breathing in my sleep, and she couldn't get me to start, and she just started pounding on my chest, and eventually I started breathing again. And I had no idea until she told me. Yep. Something about having trouble breathing and you can't breathe properly when you're asleep. I suppose dying in your sleep is on the extreme side of the description. Kind of curious how I'm alive because I don't sleep with anybody anymore. There's nobody to revive me. I know I definitely wake up sometimes, but sure there are other times where I wouldn't have woken up. Can I fly straight through this, or is it gonna be mean? I'm curious. I hit it. My mom wants me to try getting a girlfriend again. I don't know that I seem to survive more than I should. So part of me feels like I might make it the full 20 years that I think I have left, or maybe more, but it's kind of crazy. I definitely should be dead by now for a variety of reasons. Flour and yeast. Yeah, right? It all depends on how you use the time. And honestly, as of right now, I've lived a full life already. If I died right now, I would not be heartbroken. I would not be. If I was told I was going to die in 5 minutes, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd just be fine with it. I've had a full life. I've done so much. Oh, I don't want to go there. Yep. Not really. I've done pretty much everything that I needed to do. I've done more than I needed to do. I've done things I shouldn't do. I was born in Europe, but I can't go back. Or not really. I've always wanted to go back to Germany, but I'm kind of restricted by my disabilities. I need to be close enough to my psychiatrist in case there's an emergency. I need to be close enough to get refills on my prescriptions, because if I don't have my prescription, if I don't have my medicine, I can't function properly. So, and when I moved out of town, I ended up having to move back because I couldn't find a psychiatrist there and I couldn't get my medicine there. So I went back to where I knew I could. I would imagine that I could visit other places of the world for maybe a week. But I also have trouble eating food. There's a limit to what I can eat. Not because of it just my brain won't let me eat most things. It says it tastes funny and then I immediately can't eat it anymore or I'll throw up. So there's a very finite list of things that I can eat. And I don't know how much of that is overseas. Everything that I eat is currently on an index card attached to my refrigerator right now. And there is plenty of space left over. And it's like the things on the list, they are very specific. Like it can't be, oh, it's just like, or it's very similar. This tastes very similar to that. Or it has to be that specific way, that specific thing. Potatoes I can do. Yes. Potato stuff is typically something I can do regardless of how it's made, usually. What the fuck? Oh, glitch thing? I've always really wanted to go back and see Germany. I heard lots of I hear lots about it, but I don't really have any memories. I go to McDonald's and my order is a basket of fries and a large drink with no ice. That is my entire order. Just that. I might be starving right now. That might be why I'm having trouble. Oh, food is poison. Food requires me to take time out of my day to deal with it. That's unfortunate. And then they require money too. Like, why? It's already taken out so much of my day to just eat. I mean, several months ago, like towards the beginning of this year, I was so confused because I was eating and then I started feeling bad. I'm like, what? Have I not eaten enough? I don't understand. So I started eating more and more, and it got worse and worse. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And it eventually clicked. I was full. I'm like, oh, well, okay. There's that now. It's like I don't know what to do with this. Breakfast before work would be good. Ah, damn it! I need to get some food. I think I need to go shopping for some food. Yeah, I need to go shopping for food. But I feel worn out when I go like this, and I feel really dizzy and messed up. So yeah, it's probably lack of nutrition. So I definitely need to stop by the store while I'm out, and the tax office because they want me to pay taxes for living here, and I have the money now to give them. So, and if I give it to them now, they won't want more money for it next month. So I need to stop for food. Need to stop at the tax office. Then I can come home from work, I suppose. Whee! Okay, that's making me dizzy. I'm hoping that oh right, I need to pick up motion sickness medicine things. I found out that there's some over the counter meds for motion sickness. I want to play this VR game again, but when I started playing I got heavily motion sick. I know, right? I'll look into it. I'll definitely look into it. Yeah. Bloop. I can't remember what I'm doing. Or if I was doing anything in the first place. I have a lot of nanites. How did I get those? Oh. Probably my favorite game right now is Survive. For 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 I play it on PlayStation, but it's also for PC and maybe Xbox. But it's a VR game, and I've had to put it on hold because in Texas it's hot as fuck. So in my hot as fuck house, because I have bad AC, my AC can't handle enough to lower the temperature to where it would be comfortable for most people. I end up sweating a lot, and since the what I need to see is directly on my face, basically, it just gets fogged up and I can't see nothing, and I'm also all sweaty and hard to do. It's difficult to play in the summer. We'll go with that. And it's starting to get colder outside, so I figured I'll be able to play it again. But when you start playing VR, you get motion sick because your brain sees that you're moving and your body knows that you're not. I had gotten used to it before. Apparently, if you stop playing for like 8 months, you have to get used to it again. And since I've had issues with acquiring food to stay well nutrition to stay healthy, we should say, it takes longer for me to get over motion sickness, it would seem, which is kind of annoying because I want to play the game again. It's fun. I'll compromise and buy some food and buy motion sickness pills and hope that that is a band-aid over the problem. All about compromise. I don't think I need any space resources. Install aqua jets. Oh, I need water stuffs, and there was a water planet. Aquatic. Starting in January, I should be able to be more healthy. In January, I won't be paying. December will be my last payment to artists for for streaming. I won't have to make any more payments, and I can go back to somewhat more healthy. I can freely spend. I can safely spend about $170 a month. I've been paying between $200 and $300 per month. So there was a bit of problem there, and I had to choose to sacrifice various aspects of comfortable living to start streaming. I was paying somebody to make a model, and then it turned out needed to be more, and then turned out we added tariffs so that everything out of country costs more money, and the artist is not in America. So the amount of stuff I was paying per month was more than I had even planned to in general. Hundreds more. Apparently. I know the euro got more value than the US dollar during all of this. It's starting to go back to a reasonable conversion rate. I know people like to complain about it, but to my understanding, his tariff thing's actually working. For most things in life, you got to take the L on some things. You got to take the L for right now if you can get the win later. I don't really care about politics one way or the other, but There is one thing that I do know for a fact that he got himself rich on his own. He knows how to run a business, and sometimes a country needs to be run like a business in order to make progress. Because if you let the country, or at least this country, if you let the country be run by politicians, you're not going to have anything useful happen. Politicians, I don't have any high opinions for. They like to talk. They like to not do anything. They like to just make it sound like. See, I don't know much. I really don't. Hmm. I'm looking for water. Wait, this is incandescent planet, right? What's the wrong one? Weather parched. Fuck. One thing I've learned in life, someone doesn't have to be a good person to do good things. I know that some of his policies have actually helped out a lot. I don't know a whole lot. I don't care about a whole lot. But I do know for a fact that you do not have to be a good person to do good things. I have apparently the way I trust people is different than most, because I can trust people completely untrustworthy. I can fully trust them and be perfectly fine with that. The way I do it, it's very easy to trust somebody if you know what they will do or would do. If you can predict that much, it is very easy to trust them. Even if they're a liar and a cheater. Because you know what they're going to do. And as long as you can account for that, you can deal with it. And I've dealt with more than enough people that are completely untrustworthy and been able to trust them. Just got to know what. But that sentiment I find also funny, because by that logic, I would be insanely hard to trust, because I barely know what I would do. Where the fuck is the final planet? Wrong button. I have trouble with that. It bugs me when people say that someone is a Nazi online, because clearly they've never met a Nazi and don't understand what Nazis are. Like, really? You think this person's a Nazi because they said this? Do you know what the Nazis did? Are you aware what they did? What they physically did, not metaphorically, not ideally, not what they literally did. You should not be comparing Nazis to anybody unless they are being a Nazi. And I would imagine most people overseas know what the fuck Nazis did. Which confuses me. Because, like, why do all these people keep saying these people are Nazis? If they actually are a Nazi, More power to you. Feel free to call them a Nazi. I don't have any problem with that. They earn the title. They get the title. They unlock the achievement. They get the title. It's cool. It's fine. That's how it works. But if they're not Nazis, you don't need to compare them to Nazis. You need to compare them to something their level of fucked. Someone can be all kinds of fucked and still not be a Nazi. There are all flavors of fucked. And I'm sure I can find other things to compare them to that are equally as fucked. But Nazi is such a rare thing. And potentially lethal in places. I have no problem calling someone a Nazi if they are a Nazi, though. It's just most of the people that people are saying are Nazis haven't put in the effort to earn that title. If I see him walking down the street sporting a fucking sporting a swastika on their sleeve, then I'm gonna be like, you probably aren't using that for the traditional meaning of the symbol. Hmm. You know how easy it is to do the salute by accident? I have trouble labeling someone a Nazi because of a salute. I've seen kids do the American salute, and they're definitely not soldiers. One action does not define a person. Plus, I don't care about these people. I've always said one thing about the president and politics. Until they come down here and spit in my face, I have no reason to bother with them. And my favorite response people give to that is, well, they basically are spitting in your face. They're doing this, and like, no, they aren't spitting in my face. I guarantee you they would be on their ass if they spit on my face. I would know. They would be, oh, wow, this place is interesting. I would lay them the fuck out if they spat in my face. But all these things are from people I've never met, people I never will meet, people that will never be near me. The only effect they have is on laws that may or may not affect me. And all of them don't affect me. Occasionally one affects me, and all I need to learn from politics is told to me through a single sentence. Like, hey, this thing changed in your life. This is what happened. Oh, okay. Just a single one sentence or two sentences. Not a whole news story, not weeks of stuff. Just a single sentence gives me all the information I need to figure out how to adjust my life that needs to be adjusted. If not, then none of it matters. But people are getting so up in arms over politics and policies that have nothing to do with them. And I have more than enough issues on my own. I don't need to go looking for issues to deal with. I really don't. So if their politics don't affect me, I don't see any reason why I should care at all. I know, right? I'm only slightly drunk. Oh, I mean, ta-da! Ta-da! I do find World War II interesting. That's probably the closest I come to politics because it was such a special war. The tactics and just all the stuff around it's been used for all kinds of research purposes and all that stuff. But that's about all I've really put effort into for politics. I used to research wars. Did you know the longest war that, or the shortest war that ever happened was 3 days long? A 3 day war. And there was a war between Canada and Denmark, I believe, over an island. And the entire war was them just going to the island, removing their flag, and putting the removing the opposition flag and putting their flag down. And the whiskey, yes. That one, that's my favorite one. I didn't even hit the ground that time. Or did I? I don't know. There's no water on this in this solar system except for that aqua planet. And that's too far down for me to collect shit. Plan B. Wrong button. Okay, there we go. I originally wanted to be a soldier, but with all my disorders, I can't be a soldier. Interesting. I don't understand why the British don't catch more shit. There has not been any country the British try to take over the whole fucking world. They've been almost every fucking. They've tried to conquer almost every country. Maybe it's just because I live in America and we only hear what Americans do for the most part. But I definitely hear far more about America in the world than I do about the British catching crap for everything they've done. But I'm fairly certain their list of transgressions makes ours look insignificant. Not gonna say we haven't done some shit. We've been the rebellious child, but yeah. Oh, I take that. Huh. I wasn't aware they had anything from India. It shows my knowledge. All my knowledge lies elsewhere. Or doesn't exist. I know they colonized it. I just didn't know they were still holding on to shit. But they've colonized pretty much everywhere. I mean, it's not a unique statement. I'm 1000% sure they don't refer to us as the colonies because that doesn't even fucking narrow it down to a quarter of the planet. I do find it hilarious that for a group of people to have conquered most of the fucking planet, it's hilarious to me that they live on such a small portion of it. That most of the United States is bigger than where they live. They definitely did not. They did not come out ahead on that one. Oh, I need fuel. There was one thing that I saw, or one thing that I was made aware of for political stuff recently that I thought was funny. That apparently most people did not, but I thought it was hilarious because of how ridiculous it sounded. They opened up a bill to buy Greenland. Not that they were buying Greenland, they just opened it up as a possibility that they might entertain buying Greenland. And the said proposition also changed Greenland to red, white, and blue land. I was like, how stupid is that? That's so ridiculous. Especially since we didn't coin fucking red, white, and blue. Do you know how many other flags in the world have red, white, and blue that came before us? And now we're trying to act like it's our motto or something. The UK has red, white, and blue. What the fuck? That's not American, not. Oh, people are just so special. I understand how it could be really weird if it passes or anything, but it's so ridiculous. It's hilarious. And now I feel dizzy for laughing that much. I do need to eat. Damn it. I used to play Guitar Hero, and I would know when I need to eat because my playing in Guitar Hero would start to suffer heavily. I'd be playing like, man, I can't hit all the notes. Oh, I need to eat. Yep. Greenland is also such a lie. I know why they called it Greenland. I was informed of that much. But it is definitely not the land of green. But it is hard to get somebody to go to Greenland if they don't think it's going to be green. It's like, would you like to go live on an ice shelf? Just ice all the time. So I don't know. Or I think they were marketing it to farmers and whatnot. And I don't know. It's been a long time since I learned that. Learned why they called it Greenland and why Iceland was Iceland or whatever. I would imagine so. I don't even argue for America. People would be like, "We hate America." I'm like, "Okay, cool. I see why." Hmm. I don't know. I don't like the people. The people can be something too. Actually, I just don't like people in general. I prefer animals over humans. California is 100% dog shit. I am willing to go on the record 100% California dog shit. And they actually have made Texas more difficult for Texans. Those motherfuckers. Some famous person said how much they loved Austin, and they said that in another life they would have loved to live in Austin, Texas. So Californians started moving out to Austin. Now stuff in Austin, Texas, and around Austin, Texas, near Austin, Texas, people who have heard of Austin, Texas, feel the need to start charging California prices in Texas. So I do have to deal with California stuff. I have a I'm a locksmith by trade, and I told somebody that their security wasn't good, and that I could put better locks on and do some work on their house to make it so that their security was better. And they told me, "No, it's okay. We have guns." I was like, "All right, if you're fine with that." A couple months later, they called me back up. They're like, "So about those locks?" I was like, "I thought you said you didn't need the locks. Do you have guns?" I was like, "Yeah, someone broke in and stole our guns." Like, ah, well, that'll do it. Also, as a locksmith, it does add a challenge to be in Texas because of the guns. And if you accidentally break into the wrong house, you do run the risk of getting shot in the face. I have, in fact, opened up a front door to see somebody standing there with a weapon pointed at me. Luckily, they were kind enough to hear me out and not shoot me just because I was there. You mean you can go to school safely? Why would you want to do that? Do you guys build schools over cemeteries? Because that fact blew my mind that someone here would build a school on a cemetery and then incorporate it like it's some sort of theme for the school. I feel like people commit less crime if they know they're going to be dealing with fuck around and find out. And I know people fuck with me a lot less when they find out after fucking around. Always fun to watch them come to that realization. Or usually fun to watch them come to that. Can be fun. possibly, potentially. Nice. Oh, I need more. I can do that too, but for a different reason. Um, oops. Shit. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Right button. The area that I live in, people already know that there's nothing worth stealing in that area. So it's like, why bother stealing anything? There's nothing worth stealing there. I'm very much used to being in the ghetto. It's the kind of life I know and am comfortable with. I've actually taken a nap in the middle of the street. No one had cars. Nobody drove there. It was a questionable neighborhood. They didn't feel safe driving there. I could fall asleep in the middle of the road. It was cool. I swear, every 5 seconds I say something that makes someone go, "Man, this guy's fucked up." Damn, and that is 7 times more than I make. That is 7 times more than I make. I didn't even have to do the math on that one. That was easy. I make $1,000 a month. That is my entire salary. $1,000 a month. Son of a bitch. It's crazy that that's the poverty line. Just compared to what I'm used to. Because that's all I have to compare it to is my area and what I'm used to in this area. It's not. It's lower than the legal amount. I'm also the owner of the business, and the business is failing, 100% failing. And we're taking advantage of the fact that we're family, so we can use some laws that pertain to family in order to make it so that we can continue the business, stay afloat, and I can continue making enough money to barely survive. If we hire somebody else, we are immediately bankrupt and in debt instantly. So if I hire somebody for help in any way, I am beyond fucked. I feel like everything I'm saying is just making things worse. Don't worry, man. It's not that bad. Okay, maybe it is. It's fine. I'm cool. I have some potentially helpful plans that could keep me afloat. So it's probably should be it. Should make it through it. I've always lived in a state where in a condition where it's I don't know what it's like to not worry about something. Makes life easier. Wait, that's a lot of taxes. I started off in a mobile home, which was apparently a camper, not a mobile home. Apparently, there is a noticeable difference between camper and mobile home, and camper is more pitiful. But we managed to get into a house, and I did grow up in a really nice house. For I consider at least I consider it a nice house, and in my opinion, I had a good childhood. It might be debatable depending on who you ask. I don't know, but I feel like I had a good childhood. My parents provided well for me. I'm finding out more and more that other people have different definitions of that. But I think they did a fantastic job, and that I'm lucky to have them. Tax people need to chill the fuck out. Just all over, just across the board, need to chill the fuck out. Like just damn man, just let me keep some of the money. I'm having a problem with my family at the moment, and for the past couple of years, because compared to me, they sound so fucking spoiled. They're complaining about things that they don't have in life or the issues they're having, and I'm like, do you realize how spoiled you sound right now? You're like, oh no, I have money for food. I have to blah blah blah. Only one of the fridges is full of food. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You asshats. I'm over here like, what the? My sister does the most complaining. My dad does the second most complaining, and my mom. My mom doesn't complain as much about. She doesn't complain about that stuff. She complains about behaviors more than anything. The rest of my family doesn't exist. I don't, or to me, they don't exist. I wish I could say that's only an Ireland thing, but it's pretty much getting to that point here too. I felt like boosting my self esteem at the beginning of the month. So as soon as my paycheck hit, I went and decided to spend $200 on food all at once. I felt like it was such a massive fucking such a massive flex. I felt so cool, but I forgot to buy milk. Uh, but yeah, and I managed to make it last till today, so about 20 days. I made $200 last 20 days. So yeah, and I need to buy more food. They can be cheap, but I don't know. I typically forget that expired food is a thing because I only buy food. I buy what I need, so it never lives long enough for me to have to worry about it expiring. So I was confused that while back when someone was like, "Oh, it's expired, don't eat it." I'm like, expired? I had to like go back in the archives and remember what expired meant. I'm like, what the food expired? Oh, right, yeah, food does that. Yeah, it does not last forever. Huh? Imagine that. A funky looking gun or tool or weapon, whatever. Nano silencer. I feel like that doesn't have any of those defining characteristics. I knew it at one point. It just hasn't been relevant for the past decade. The only food I've ever in the past decade I've only ever had to worry about milk expiring, and I don't have to think about the word expire or expiration date on it because usually I could just tell by looking at it if it's expired. So I just be like, oh, that milk's not good any longer. So the thought expired doesn't even enter my head. I used to think M&Ms never expired because I couldn't find an expiration date on them, and I still don't know if they have one on there, but everything expires eventually. Even bottled water expires. And there is in fact emergency cans of water that are very much lethal if you drink them now that people used to put in fallout shelters. Yeah, probably fine. Eminem had the same thought I did. If it lasts long enough to be expired, you didn't need it anyway. Apparently, most people don't think like that anymore. And I appreciate that for them. I appreciate that they don't have to worry about stuff like that anymore. Like, I don't get warranties on anything I buy. If I buy something that costs $1,000 or something, like a while back, I paid $1,000 to buy a big TV and put it in my living room. I saved up the money and I bought it. I didn't buy any warranties on it. Nothing. Because I could just not damage it. If it's that important to me, I'll make sure it stays functional and not need the warranty. Personally, if I'm the one that has to suffer, I'm grateful. I if I can take away suffering from somebody else, if I can make them struggle less, I will do what I can to make it happen. One way or another, I will be struggling. And taking away, if I could take the hit for others, it makes me happy. So I'm always happy to hear if somebody else doesn't have to worry about the stuff that I worry about. Unless they're being an ass about it or whatever. Like if they're actively trying to be an ass about it, then I might have issues with it. But for the most part, I like to hear when other people don't have issues. Yes, and fixing. If I'm good at fixing stuff too. If I want it, I make it, I fix it, I save up for it, buy it, and make sure it doesn't break. Or if it breaks, I learn how to fix it. Yeah. I almost became a father of two, a pre-started family. Actually, technically, I'm still the godfather of said children. Essentially, I was their father, but technically speaking, I would have to marry their mother for that. But I did all of the father activities for the children. I haven't seen them in over a year, though, due to issues with the mother. I got tired of watching and patching a sinking ship, and there was absolutely no sign that there was going to be any change to that. But I would consider them my children, or I would like to have them as my children. They're not biologically mine, and their father is still alive. And a reminder that not every life you save betters the world. I genuinely saved his life, and the world's not a better place for it. The most accurate description is family friend, I suppose, would be the most official relation to the to me and those two children, other than being the godfather. Man, that is so jarring when you get off the ship and you just fucking, especially since that looks level enough, and you just flump. The vein on his arm was opened, and I stopped the blood flow to the arm and patched him up. Then treated and helped him out with the blood loss issue. He very much would have died if I did not intervene. But each part of what I did was so simple, or each part of what I did, I had knowledge on how to do, so I didn't need to take him to the hospital. So what he did just stayed essentially between me and him. Actually, my friend knows about it too. She was also there, but she didn't know what to do. She would just have to. She would have just had to watch him die. There is absolutely no doubt that I genuinely, physically saved his life. And of the people I've saved, that is the person that would have been better off if they were not alive. Technically, yes, but to the best of my knowledge, he has not physically assaulted her. She is still married to him, and she could do something about that, but she hasn't put enough effort into it, and that's the main reason I left. He works as a truck driver. He is pretty much he's never there. He's not part of the kid's life. He's not a part of their life. She is in tremendous debt. Probably doesn't have health insurance for her or the kids. She can't afford to live. He makes $10,000 a month and sends them nothing. And is clinically confirmed narcissist. And I know for a fact he does make $10,000 a month because he showed the pay stub of what he made. And he talked to me later on. He was like, he was trying to justify himself. He's like, well, I got myself $30,000 in debt, and I had to spend 3 months getting out of that. And I was just sitting there like, you know, your wife can't afford rent, and her rent is like $500 a month. You can pay for her whole year in 1 month of a paycheck. One of your paychecks will solve all of her problems. He doesn't live in a house. He doesn't have to pay bills. He lives in the truck that he drives. So, yep. Just a cunt. Massive cunt. And I saved his life. It was the right thing to do. It just doesn't have the right long-lasting effects. If you can save someone's life, you should. Even if it turns out it's someone that is like that. Yep. He did it long before he started that job and whatnot. One of the two children was not born at the time. So the fact that he's alive also means that one of those children made it to the world. So that's a plus. She doesn't have the money to divorce him. And she's using excuses. She doesn't have the money. She's worried that he might pull some crap to get custody of the kids. However, due to who he is, what he's done, and how long this has gone on, he's not getting the kids. He's going to be the one ending up paying for the final bill of the divorce. All this stuff. She just has to manage to get it started. And she hasn't done that. And this has been going on for years. And I helped keep them afloat, patching the ship, patching a sinking ship. Until eventually I just couldn't watch it anymore. Nothing was going to change. I have no need to keep patching. You can't fix something that can't help if they don't want to be helped. Look at them little aliens. Actually, I think those are plants. Some Pandora looking shit. In 2023, I spent all my money and money I didn't have helping those kids. 2024, I spent all my money and all the money I didn't have on mistakes starting streaming for being a flesh tuber. And this year, I spent all my money and the money I don't have to start streaming as a VTuber, and then ended up making all my stuff for VTubing myself. So I've been constantly in debt and starving and all this blah, 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 blah for 3 years now. But January's the magical time. The kids go to school. Yep. So looking forward to January. Let's go planet side. They should get school meals, yes. I believe school feeds your kid for free while they're at school. It's a trap. She gets some support from I don't know what support they have right now. I know I provided most of the support for those kids in the past though. For most of their lives I provided the support for them. In terms of being a father, I fit the criteria for them. But they were never my children, legally or whatnot. Biologically and legally, they were never mine. They're still a pretty young. Uh, I think one of them might be 10 or 11 right now. I doubt that they're around 5 foot because their mother is 4'11 and their father is short too. So I would imagine they're gonna be munchkins. I'm always jealous of how tall she is though. She wishes she was. I'm tall, motherfucker, and she wishes she was as tall like me. But I wish I was short like her because she has more options. She could fit all kinds of places, and if she needs to be, if she can't reach something, there are ways to grow in height without making it permanent. There's no way for me to shrink down. She got options. Short people got options. I am 6'2". which apparently these days means girls are gonna like you. Seems like a pretty low bar for, but or a high bar for some, but low for someone wanting to be with you. Low standards, that's what it is. Nice. I bet he has trouble with all kinds of doorways. I hit my some parts of my house have high ceilings, and some of them have very low ceilings, because I guess the person who designed it felt like doing that. So in certain parts of the house, I can't reach the ceiling, and in other parts of the house, I hit the ceiling fan on if I don't pay attention. I mean, tall has its benefits, but short sounds cooler. Growing an inch every year. I mean, I think a lot of guys would like that. Mm-hmm. The growth spurt is a DLC package. You got to buy that in advance, and they always up the price on it.
It's
High
not
fire
illegal.
guy.
It's frowned upon, like
Fire rescue guy.
masturbating on an airplane.
Oh fuck! I got. Let me see where my job is. I know I have one job I have to go do at 2:30, which is about 40 minutes. Clovis, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know where this address is. I haven't been there before. Oh, it's probably going to be a rough one. Lots of effort today. Technically, I have to be at the location in 40 minutes. 38 minutes. I don't wanna. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of work and effort. I don't recognize the street name, so I probably haven't been there before. So I haven't gone above and beyond to make everything wonderful. So it'll probably be a lot of effort. I definitely need to get some food in me for it. Fuck. Guess that means I need to end stream now. Yeah. It's how they get you. I don't know why work's got to be all mean, like we won't pay you if you don't work and all that stuff. Mean people. Okay, I guess I gotta. Okay, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna hop on my ship. Save. What the fuck? After I save, I'm gonna hop off. And what the? Did you just close the door to open it again? Who built this ship? Oh, I did. Boop. And saved. What's this? Farewell all. Even those that just got here. Okay. Stretch. Hope everyone has a lovely day or evening or whatever applies to them. Farewell. I'm waving at the camera as if my character isn't in a straitjacket right now and you can actually see me wave for some reason. Anyway, goodbye.